I'm just going to be playing Junimo Kart today because I didn't really know what I felt like playing. And this is like super easy to just play for a long time and just whatever. I like it. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. As you can see, I've kind of pushed up my high scores a little bit. I don't normally save the game at all. So I've gotten quite a few scores over 200, but like if it's not my high score, I just quit and it doesn't save it. Um, and there were a few times that I did get a high score and I quit because I forgot and it didn't save. But yeah. Should I put music? Maybe I'll put some music. Or yeah. I'll put it low. I always just put on like iTunes or something while I play. It's kind of relaxing. I honestly enjoy it a lot. You don't need to think much, you just kind of play, listen to music, just chill. Thank you very much, Cami. I do appreciate it. Yeah, fingers crossed that even like I'm hoping that I don't get it, but I feel like it's kind of gonna be hard to avoid. I don't know how long it's gonna take, like before I should expect to see symptoms or not. I don't have any of the rapid tests. I don't have any rats, so but I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Gotta try and find someone to go get one for me. Maybe very lucky. Well, I mean, I'll explain it to you guys. So, I went away for 4 days with me, some of my cousins, and my sister's boyfriend, right? And we were all fine for first couple days, and my sister's boyfriend started to feel like a little bit unwell on day 3, and took a test because we brought some with us. So he took a test on day 3 and was negative. So we're like, alright, it's all good. Maybe he just had a cold or just, I don't know, ate something weird. And on day 4 we left. He was still not feeling that great. When we got home, he took another test and was positive. So he obviously either caught it while we were there. He thinks he got it before we got there, in which case he would have had it like the whole time, and you know, like we were just all living together. So I feel like it would be pretty tough to have missed out on it. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? But also, I feel like, why did they put that there? That's bullshit. I feel like I would have got something by now, no? How long does it take? What's the incubation time? I really don't know. How did you get some, Allison? Did you buy them or did they just hand them out? Thanks for the points, Joe. Ah, you bought them online. Okay, I see. That's another thing. We've got all of the shops are so short of staff because everyone's either got COVID or is isolating because they were in close contact with someone who had COVID. So if you do online orders, it's going to take like a week to get to you, or at least like several days. Especially because everyone is doing online orders as well. So it's kind of messed up here. My sister, she had some symptoms yesterday. I don't know how she's doing today. She's probably still asleep, but yeah, she said she had like a sore throat. So that's not a good sign. But nothing serious. Nothing serious. At the moment. It's kind of weird. I feel like I have the plague or something. I've never really had this kind of experience. Why do they put that there? I'll have to get tested. Well, I guess. See, if I take a rapid test, they won't do a PCR test on me because they'll just, well, like if I take a rapid test and it's positive, then they won't do a PCR test. They'll just be like, yeah, you're positive, that's it. Because I have too many people waiting in line. You have to wait for like hours and hours as it is. So they'll just accept that as a positive test. But yeah, I obviously would want to get a rapid test at some point. And I would probably need one to be able to go back to society. But either way, I'm gonna have to stay inside for a week, so... Infinite worlds? There are 8 levels, and once you get through them all, it starts again from the start, but faster. How do I get that, huh? How do I get it? Bubble Pro. I don't know, sometimes I still have days where I just cannot get past that level at all. Yeah, I'm a lot better than I was, for sure. I think the trick is on that level to not make like big jumps. You gotta do small jumps. Again, they're not letting me get all the fruit on that one. On this one. Woo. Ooh, Mario Kart update. We played a fair bit of Mario Kart in the last week. It was fun. I haven't played it that much for a while. Still got it. Still got it. Good old DK with the Dragonetti. Unbeatable. Nice. G'day, Gamey Gamer. How you doing? I'm getting better at this one too. This one used to give me a lot of grief. It's still hard, but it's not that bad. The good thing about these kind of, I don't know, I kind of call them challenge levels, but they're always a lot shorter. Especially compared to the 4th level. I don't know why that one is so damn long. Trying to catch stream for a while. I haven't streamed for a while, so it's probably, it's not you, it's me. I've been away for a little bit, and there was a few times where I wasn't feeling that great, and then I was like taking a bit of a break. Fuck. Oh, that's so damn. That's so shit. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it's so annoying because I was kind of hoping, you know, like the start of the new year that I'd be able to really hit the ground running, you know. I was going to stream like at least 3 times a week. I normally do 3 a week. I was planning on doing more and, you know, getting stuck into some videos and stuff. I have heaps and heaps of videos that I want to make, like ideas, but it's hard to just start. And I was thinking, you know, the turn of the new year, I'm really just going to get stuck into it and work hard. And, you know, the new year hit and it was like back to back 40 degree days, and like you'd be crazy to try to do anything in that kind of heat. I was like, okay, you know, I'll give it a wait till it kind of cools down a little bit so I can think. And yeah, then we went away for a bit and come back, and now I'm in quarantine, you know. Could end up getting COVID. It's like, give me a break here, come on. I feel so restless. Like I want to do work, but it's also, it's just not quite right. Very frustrating. I think I need to try really hard this year to just do stuff even if I don't feel like doing stuff. Because it's so easy to like make excuses and to be like, well, you know, conditions are not quite perfect, you know, I'll wait till I feel 100%, or till, you know, I got up late, so I'll start fresh tomorrow, you know. It's so easy to do that kind of thing. And I should just like, even if it's something small, do anything. I really struggle with that. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't play Stardew anymore, I just play this. I completed my world. I got 100%, so... It's funny, I saved the game. I just like went back into the bed and saved, because I got a high score. And Abigail was like, do you want to have a baby? And I was like, I don't know, should I? I'm never gonna interact with this child ever. I said yes. So... Oh, fuck it. No. Yeah, she was so impressed with my high score. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? Oh well, I have about 13 high scores worth of time to think of a name. It's kind of interesting that the game gives you an option to say no. Like, I guess it's kind of true to reality, because I mean, you kind of can, but it's a bit weird. Like, they do that in The Sims too. I think it would be more fun if it's maybe like you didn't want it, especially in The Sims, and it's like, ah, fuck, you got triplets, and there's nothing you can do about it. That would be fun. There are probably mods that do that, like remove the ability to say no. I'll just have one of those. I don't think you could do that. I think in The Sims, if you say yes to having a child and it gives you triplets, you can't like turn them down. You've said yes, that's it. The code word? Is there a cheat? I don't know. Oh, woo. Ah, right, yeah. Woohoo. I don't know if you guys remember in The Sims 1, if you ever played that, you used to just like kiss a lot of times and you'd get a baby. That's how it worked. We were so innocent back then. Now you can have like woohoo in a dumpster. Nice. I like this level. This might even be my favorite level, honestly. I still die on it every now and then, but it's pretty short. Get a lot of coins. Go fast. I'm not even gonna try to get that. What happened there? What was that? What was that? Why did it have to lag like that? Yeah, the orange was upset, huh? I don't even know how I could have gotten that one. How many have I gotten through? Boy. Let's think. Maybe 20? Or 18, 19, something like that. Because there are 8 levels, and I've definitely done them all twice. So that would be 16. Then add another couple. I don't know, we'll see if we can beat it today. Sometimes you just need like a concerted effort. You play like a little bit here and there, it's hard to get far. Oh, did you guys see the new screenshots for the Haunted Chocolatier game? I had no idea about it. My sister showed me. They're on Twitter if you want to see them. Pretty excited. Pretty excited. Oh, no. Missed that one. Saw the trailer? Yeah. I think there were 4 new screenshots. I hope that means like it's coming in the near future or somewhere in the vicinity of next year or so. I'd hate to have to just wait on it for 3 years or something. How do I get it? Well, I'm not even gonna bother then. Why does the whale want to burp? These are questions that we can't answer with. Like, why do fish want to swim? I am interested to see how the Haunted Chocolatier ties into Stardew. Because, I mean, obviously it's the same world, right? But where? Like, will we get a map? Will we see where Stardew Valley is? Will we go to like Zuzu City? Very curious. Junimo lore. I was thinking of making another DST lore video. People seem to like that one. I had fun like researching it too. I might wait till... I don't know. I was gonna say I'll wait till all the character refreshes are done, but who knows how long that could take. Could be another year. Wait, did we get a roadmap for this year? When did we get the roadmap for last year? Maybe when they come back to office? Hey, what is that? Oh. I want my roadmap. Alright, let's see if I can get through. We've got to this level like 3 times and I've always died. Nice. They normally just go through and explain all the things, all of the updates that they're planning on releasing throughout the year. So it's pretty hype. You can see some information on which character is next for the reworks. Whether they're going to jump back into, you know, Return of Them Season 2 or something. Whether we'll be getting other things. Last year did they announce the summer solstice in the roadmap? I don't even remember. That's too high. Ah, fuck. I underestimated how far I jump. Should they ever get Kart sick? I mean, he looks pretty happy. Got his hands in the air, like he just don't care. Ooh, nice. That's too high. People are boycotting. Is it an NFT related thing? I've been seeing so many NFT related scandals or whatever, especially with game devs. Just trying to make any kind of money that they can from it. It's so sad. I do feel like there is, or there can be some application with NFTs for good in games, but at the moment, I don't see it. It's like with crypto, like you can see the potential that blockchain technology has, but then you also have like just shit coins. And everyone's just looking to make a quick buck. Bruh. Whee! Immense lag? Really? How come? They just like downgraded the servers to like shit performance, cheap service. No one will notice, it's fine. Literally everyone notices. That was too close. That's impossible to get that fruit. Why? Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. Think I didn't see that one, huh? What else did we do? Well, for me, it was kind of just a bit of a chill, refresh, reset. You know, we just relaxed a bit, played on the Wii. We had a few Switches as well that we used, played some board games, played some cards. We had, I think, 3 out of 4 of the days were really, really lovely. The first day it rained, but that was fine. So, you know, we went out to the oval. We had an oval like 2 minutes away from our house, and we kicked a footy a bit. Yeah, we had a good time. Went out, ate at a few restaurants. Ooh. Yeah, we did play Mario Kart. Well, I personally prefer Mario Kart on the Wii, because that's what I'm used to, and I just hate the Switch controllers. I hate them so much. They're too tiny, and my fingers they hurt after a while. I don't like it. And we don't have like 5 Pro controllers. It's so fast. I don't know what's up with this level. It seems like the dude just cannot keep up. Nice. It's a good score. Make my hands cramp. Yeah, I can never play for too long. Maybe you get used to it, but I don't know. I have pretty big hands too. Fuck! No! We did well. We did pretty well there. 179. But yeah, I'm also like... I'm much more experienced in the Mario Kart Wii. Been playing that for like 10 years. Wait, how long has it come out? Been playing it for like 15 years. Crazy. As much as I think the Switch is a good device, it's also pretty shit for consumers in some ways. But then again, like, even their previous consoles were kind of the same. If you want to get a good experience, you need to like buy additional accessories that cost like hundreds of dollars, never go on sale. Games are always super expensive as well. Ow. The Switch has been out for like half a decade now, and it's still the same price that it was when it first came out. Ridiculous. Oh, the cardboard. I had forgotten about that. That's funny. I mean, it's gotten to the point where I've always said, you know, maybe I'll wait till the Switch gets a bit, you know, a bit of a discount, and I might buy it because it looks kind of cool. But at this point, it's like, well, maybe I'll just wait for the next one because it's gonna be the same price. Labo. What a joke. Yeah, Nintendo games have always been expensive, and they're notorious for never going on sale. That was close. Why are there so many? But it's fine. I heard a rumor, maybe a month or 2 months ago, that Nintendo were thinking of making their games compatible for PC. And if that were the case, all of a sudden they become a lot more affordable. Because without having to buy like a console in order to play the games, I might be more willing to pay $50 or whatever it is. I don't know. Is Breath of the Wild really that good? I see a lot of people saying it's like the best game of all time, or like in the top 5 games of all time. And I don't know, it seems okay. Is it overhyped? Or is it really that good? I don't know. Like, I've seen gameplay of it. It just seems like a fun game. Nothing special. Never met anyone who doesn't like it. Yeah, but there's a difference between liking it and saying it's like the best game of all time. It just seems like a fun game. No. You reckon it is amazing? Oh man. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean, no game is for everyone, right? Ooh. No! Ooh, okay. I thought it doomed me. Oh, what the fuck? How? Would have better dungeons? Yeah, I would say, isn't the dungeons like the best part of it though? like the puzzles and stuff. Because what else about Breath of the Wild makes it good? Like open world is like, okay, yeah, it's not the only game to have an open world. The combat is kind of innovative, I guess. Got food and stuff, but you had that before. Nice. Played pretty much every Zelda game before it, but have you played Breath of the Wild though? Like, that's another thing. I've never played it, so it's hard for me to say, but from what I've seen, it looks kind of overhyped. Ah, what? Maybe, like, people give it bonus points because it's such a change from previous Zelda titles. It's like when a musician makes an album that's like really outside of their normal wheelhouse, people give it extra praise because it's like, wow, they did something so different and it's good. Maybe it's like that. I'm not gonna get that. Whew. That was risky as. I try to stay like low, but sometimes you get stuck. Not a fan of Skyrim. Again, you've not played Skyrim. I think Skyrim hasn't aged that well. It seems like it was a pretty, pretty influential game 10 years ago. But now a lot of the things that made Skyrim great have been done better, and a lot of the things that made Skyrim shit are more evident. Yeah, Speedy's just hating on everything that people like. Come on. Nice. Oop, yeah. That sucked. Whole world feels alive. I saw someone posted about Breath of the Wild in like some gaming subreddit, and they were saying similar kind of things to what I was saying, how it's overhyped. They actually played the game though, and they talked about how people always say that Breath of the Wild is like super immersive, and you run around and you just run into so many things to do, blah blah blah, like the world is full of stuff. But their criticism was that like after a while they realized that half of the stuff that you find like in the open world was just stuff, like pointless things, like you find a seed, or there's things that you would have found on the way to doing the main quest anyway. at best. I don't know. What? Oh well, I missed one anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ooh. Someone's at my door. What do I do? I cannot answer. I'll go see. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. It was a delivery. Ah, fuck. Damn it. Doorman stream. I was gonna be like, I'm quarantining. Just like, leave it on the floor, but my brother got it, it's fine. Revisited Skyrim in 2020. Oh fuck. I've never actually played Skyrim, and I'm constantly thinking about whether I should or not. But like I said, I feel like it hasn't aged super well. So I don't know if me finally playing it would be very disappointing. If I would just be, you know, not super happy with it. I'm just better off playing more modern games. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it worth playing? It's also really long, so if it's not that great, then it's going to take me like 100 hours to finish it. I've also got plenty of games to play. That's a trap. It's just like 10 bubbles above me. Yeah, that's not happening. Same with that one. Oh well. Would you guys be interested to see like more story-based games? Because I've kind of been enjoying playing them lately. I know like a lot of my channel has been focused around sandbox / management colony games, but yeah, I've never really played a huge amount of story games on the channel or streams, but I've always liked them. It's kind of tricky though, because like if you get a game that someone is not interested in, well then, you know, you're playing that game for however long it takes to finish, and that person probably won't watch the whole time. Whereas something like DST, I know that, you know, everyone likes it. Well, pretty much everyone here likes it. So it could be pretty polarizing in that sense. Trying to find a good game. Or it could be a game that, you know, someone might want to play for themselves, so they won't watch. Or they might have played already, so they don't care. I've had some of those mushrooms that are like in the floor, and you need to bounce on the previous one to make it come out of the bottom. You guys think it would be cool? Okay. I find that they're quite relaxing sometimes. Instead of always playing sandbox games, you need to think of what to do next. Fuck. You know, these games, they hold your hand and like, we're gonna do this. You're supposed to go this way and do that thing. This is your mission, you know? I don't have to constantly make my own game. Read Twilight and people drop listening. Isn't Twilight, like, the books are supposedly quite good, just the movies were shit. Or something like that, I don't remember. I've never read the books, so... Variety day? Yeah, I could. But if I do just like one day a week, and you know, assuming that I don't continue the game throughout the rest of the week on my own, then it's going to take ages to finish anything. Unless it's a very, very short game. But I could do something like that maybe? Party game day. I'm not gonna lie, the only party game that I've played that I've like kind of enjoyed has been Fall Guys. That I've like properly enjoyed. Fall Guys is tilting. Nah, Fall Guys is good. How am I so good at this minigame? I've played a lot. That's how. As with everything. I feel like Fall Guys, it's a perfect kind of party game. There's not that much pressure on you. You know, if you lose, whatever, go into the next one. You don't have to like improvise, you don't have to make your own entertainment. The game is fun, you play the game, and that's it. I'm not a huge fan of the kind of games where like the person playing them needs to make the entertainment. I feel like it's like that a lot with games like Among Us and Jackbox as well, where like if you have someone who's not if you have someone who's not like funny or you know can think on their feet, well then it's gonna be boring. And not saying that I'm not funny or whatever, but I don't know, it puts a lot of pressure on me. I just want to have fun. constantly have to like think of interesting, I don't know, prompts or come up with witty remarks just to keep it entertaining. I don't know. I just want the game to be fun on its own without me. Feel the same about Gartic Phone. Yeah, I do too. I still play it because, you know, if people want to play, I want to play with other people and still be involved. But yeah, I feel kind of pressure when I play it. Stressed. Oop. Nice. I think it's a bit of a, I don't know how to describe it, but most of the time when I do play those games, I still have fun. It's not like I dislike or I don't enjoy my time. I normally do have fun, but I don't know. I could be having more fun, maybe, or less stressful fun, or there's less of a barrier to me playing something else. I enjoy watching them. I've seen a handful of people playing like Jackbox games and it just not be very entertaining, you know? You need a certain kind of person or a certain group of people to make those games enjoyable. Like you mentioned Chilled, he's got a really good group of people where he could play anything and it will be enjoyable with those people. And I mean, maybe the same is true for me, I don't really know, but I think Speedy and we could comfortably play pretty much anything and have a good time, but we're just two people, you know? We don't have a group of 10 or even 5. How does one find a group of people? I've always been curious of like how those guys even met up on the internet. I feel like I've hardly met anyone that I play games with on the internet. Maybe it's because of like where I live and it's hard to find people that can play like with good ping. Guild has been around for a very long time. Yeah, was it easier to make friends back then? Back in the day? I mean, you get to a point where if you're like a big creator, everyone will want to play with you no matter what, so it's super easy. Ah, no. That was bad. Should have jumped bigger, maybe. What the fuck? Thank you, Marlon. Appreciate that. Follow. going out of my way to meet with strangers? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. Even with like DST creators, it's pretty hard to do a collaboration because, you know, no one can really play on servers that I host unless they're in Australia as well. It's pretty rough. Everyone always plays when I'm like sleeping as well. There were a few times like we had tried to organize things, but it either fell through because of just too hard, or you know, I just missed out because I was asleep. Pretty shit. Rocket League? I've never partied up with... I think... No, maybe once. Fuck. I partied up with a random in Rocket League. I don't know. I don't really like it. Yeah, I do play with people from Discord. I do. And that's great. Is that good night, Morelli? Not sure what language that is. But good night if it is. It looks close enough. Dang. Is that Portuguese? I'm trying to think of what language that would be. I can never get a read on Portuguese. I'm not sure why. It's so close to Spain, and Spanish seems so straightforward. It seems so similar to Italian. Yeah, Portuguese, I don't know. It doesn't really... What? Doesn't really match. Nice try. Oh, that's so funny. Honestly, one of the best things that I've done. I changed the spam filter so that you can't post links unless you're like a mod. Yeah, as for games that I want to play, like story games, at the moment I'm going through Yakuza. I'm playing Yakuza 4, and that's a lot of fun. I'm not doing that on stream though. I thought about it, but eh. And what else was I doing? I've been playing a little bit of Project Zomboid. I feel like everyone is playing that at the moment. But yeah, it's a tough game. I think, well, I'll probably play that a little bit with Speedy, maybe, if he's interested. I don't know if it's a game that would be a lot of fun to watch, but we'll see, I guess. The Witcher games? No. I played the first one. I finished the first one, and yeah, I'm waiting for Kay. Because Kay was, well, we were both playing it at the same time, and I finished it and they didn't. So I'm kind of waiting, hoping that they will finish it. I think they've played it for a while. Okay, please. It was really good though. I enjoyed it a lot. The Witcher 1. I'm expecting big things from the second one. And a dream journal. As a teenager, oh no. Don't even want to think of what that would be. Only play the third. Most people would be in that boat. Yeah, I imagine most people would have only played the third one. It was kind of an indie game before that. And I started with the third one as well. I played, I don't know, handful of hours, maybe 15 hours of it, and I found it hard to get into. But then I watched the TV show, and I read the books, and yeah, it started from the beginning, and I enjoyed it a lot more. So I'm sure when I get back to The Witcher 3 after finishing the second one, I will definitely enjoy it. Definitely. I've also got a better graphics card now, so it'll look even better. I'm tempted to go back and play games like Red Dead on like good settings, just to see what it's like. I remember I did that with Fallout. I had a pretty shitty computer, and I played most of Fallout 4. Oh no, it didn't look like I made it on. Second guess myself. And then I got a better computer, and I went back and played Fallout 4, and it looked gorgeous. Really nice. Oh yeah. I would probably stream it if the campaign wasn't like 150 hours long. That's like a quarter of what I streamed last year. The whole year. Imagine me just from January to like April only streaming The Witcher. It's kind of crazy. Fuck. That bubble was moving too slow. Not my fault at all. Dying Light on Feb 4. Nice. I still don't know if we're gonna play it like straight away. Because it's gonna be $90. And like Dying Light 1 was good. I don't know if it was $90 good though. It was definitely $30 good. 100%. Yeah, I don't think it will get delayed anymore, Speedy. It's too close to release date now. It might have issues that could get patched, but in fact, I'm fairly sure it would. You have a voucher. Yeah, but I mean, it still costs that much. Well, I don't have a voucher, so I need to decide whether I want to pay that much money. Maybe I don't know. We could wait a little bit and see if the reviews are good. It could be a shit game, who knows? The last game that I bought for like that kind of full AAA price as soon as it came out was Red Dead 2. And that game was good. I'm not sure if this is on the same level as Red Dead 2. Cyberpunk? Was that after Red Dead? Was it? Cyberpunk was very good too. I would say that's probably worth the price as well. I really enjoyed that one. You still gotta finish it, man. What's wrong with you? Come on. The bit that you were stuck on has definitely been fixed by now. I saw either, I think it was a legit roadmap where there were some big updates coming to Cyberpunk, which is exciting. I'll get that one. You hardly got far into the game at all, man. You would have enjoyed it. Is this Terraria? Yes. No, it's not. Once you upgrade your computer. Okay. So maybe next year then. Better at this game than I'm at most games. I probably have more hours in this game than you do in most games, Jazzy. Yikes. I don't know how I made it through there. Alright, we're not getting any fruit today. Except that one. Whee! This one is actually terrifying when it's on the second stage. Even worse on the third stage, you just fly. It looks so far ahead. Oh, come on. How could I not reach that? No, it's so slow. Honestly, sometimes when going from the second round back to the first, it makes me stuff up a lot because I'm not used to the speed. Yes, with coffee, yeah. Legit. I should be good at it. Oh, I missed that bubble? Come on. Person is so good at the game. Do people like... Is Junimo Kart a common thing that people know about in Stardew? I feel like it's still pretty niche. A lot of people that come in still, like, ask me what game this is. Like, is this Stardew? Someone just asked me if it's Terraria. He tells you to play. Yeah, I mean, that's very late game stuff though. New Mario Kart. I don't know if you guys have played Donkey Kong, like the Wii one or later. I don't know if they have it on the older ones, probably. But I always loved the kart levels. They were my favorite ones by far. Damn. It was a shame that there were so few of them. Normally only like 2 or 3 in the entire game. They're also quite short too. Oh, I missed the first one, did I? I had it in N64 as well. Nice. Okay. Well, I had never really played that one, so... I was always kind of surprised at how much variation there was, like, in the Donkey Kong levels. When you compare it to, like, Mario Brothers, or Super Mario Brothers, the variation is mainly just kind of the different worlds. A lot of the time. Whereas, I mean, this had that as well, but it still had a lot of levels that were just really different. Like you had the kart levels, you had jetpack levels, you had underwater levels. Ah, come on. You had those black and white levels, the silhouette ones. Yeah, it was cool. There were some levels where it was like very musical. Like there was a beat and everything kind of shook in time with the beat. So like if you jump on the drums or something, when the beat hits, it sends you flying. That was really cool. It's just Oh, I love the ideas that they have. I think that's something that Nintendo does really well in their games. Lots of innovation in platforming. Not sure if I would pay $60 plus a $400 console for that though. That seems a bit much. They suck at quality of life things? What are quality of life things that they don't have? Like regular size controllers? Animal Crossing. Some of the things that I see in Animal Crossing, I can't help but think like it was done like that on purpose. I really dislike even just the fact that time passes in real time rather than just in-game time like in Stardew. It is so frustrating. Like, you do something in the game and you gotta wait 2 real days for it to be done. Fuck off. Everyone just like changes the time on their Switch, I guess. Joy-Con drift? I've heard about that. I don't know, it seems like such a cheap way to get people to play more often, to play on more days. Like, to me that's saying we don't have enough content to keep you coming back for a long time, so we're just gonna force you to come back tomorrow. You have to. Yeah, it is a bit like that, Speedy. Red Dead Online was pretty shit. It's still shit, like 3 years later. I'm very surprised that they let such a beautiful world die like that in online. It's not so much that it wasn't successful, it was good. Ah, that barrier made me go a bit further. They just didn't make content for it. They had the people there. I'm pretty sure it's still in the top 50 on Steam for current players. But there's just nothing to do. There's nothing to do in online. They played. That's probably one of my least favorite little... Oh fuck, I'm just gonna die. One of my least favorite little combinations of things to run into. Like when you have a barrier right at the end, so you have to jump on it a little bit early, but if it's too early, you die. Obviously, because you run into it. And if it's too late, it sends you forward and you miss the landing. Stardew Valley Extended. I tried it once. It was okay. I didn't play that much of it though. I can't help but feel like the fact that it's not official content, it just feels a bit off to me. I love Stardew, like everything that it has in it, in the vanilla game, is really, really, really good. I'm pretty happy with it. And they're gonna keep making more stuff, so I'll just wait for that. I have considered adding some quality of life mods though. But again, like the game fundamentally is good on its own. Like you don't really need many mods for it to be a good experience. Or any mods. I don't have any installed, I don't think. Turns your horse into an ostrich? Really? Why would I want that? I like my horse. There are nice visual mods that make like the house and things look nicer. But it doesn't feel natural. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like the Tropical Experience mod. There were cool things in it, but it just felt a little bit off. Things felt strange, like they weren't legit. It really felt like I was playing a mod. I like my mods to be relatively, I don't know, non-intrusive? Unobtrusive? What's the word? I don't know. Oh boy. I think the most mushrooms that I've ever gotten through was like 8. Nice. Yeah. It's hard to tell sometimes at the top if it's going to come back in time or not to hit you. Lots of money in hell. I know, right? This level, it does my head in, I swear. Wow, that's so low down there. I feel like I need to concentrate so much. Thank you, Elixir. Appreciate the follow. Hope you're doing well. Nice. Have I missed any of the fruit? I don't know. Maybe I missed one. Oh, okay. Gravity is so low in this level, like much lower than in the previous bubble stage. It's weird. Now we zoom. Oh. I normally go out on this level on World 2. World 2? Whoa. No, what was that? That was bullshit. I was so close to the end too. There was just nowhere to land. Well, it's trying to help or hurt. I don't know. His name is the Gem Sea Giant, something like that. When you think about it, in underwater levels, bubbles are typically good, right? They give you air or something. But maybe he's trying to help. Woo woo. Oh, bugger. Got greedy. I didn't need to do that. I just wanted to be above. Thanks, Elixir. A downside of having a high score that's like 200k plus is it takes a long time to get there. Like if you're trying to beat 50k, you know, you can try again every minute or so, whereas getting up to 200, it takes like a good 5 minutes or so, or more. I don't know how long it takes. Like every attempt takes longer. Why? Damn. No fruit. I remember when I first started playing this game, I found it so hard to get all the fruit for those first 3 levels. Because I remember thinking my only chance of getting to 50k was if I completed this level. But you can easily get to 50k without even finishing this 4th level. Okay. If you get all the fruit from the previous 3, but I just never could for some reason. What is my high score for today being? Like 179 or something? Gotta get a 200. 200 or bust. Oh no. Whew. That was tight. Nice. I've seen a few times it puts all 3 fruit at the end. Like all or nothing. yeah, it can be difficult sometimes to get it in the bubble level, for sure. But like, I could never do it back then. $200k guaranteed. I'll get there. I'm fairly confident I will get there this stream. But yeah, sometimes it takes longer. Sometimes like I'll turn on the game and I'll get 200k like within 5-10 minutes. You essentially need to get all the way to the end. Again. Ooh, that was close. Like you can see it pushed me a little bit forward. I don't like that. I really wish I wouldn't put the barriers on the edge. It's so annoying. Sometimes you can jump before the barrier and like not even worry about it on this level, but you can't always do that on the 4th level. Ooh. Damn. If I miss one fruit, that costs me 60,000 points. No, 60,000? 6,000 points. So it's pretty significant. If I miss more than one, it doesn't matter. Like 10. Oh, come on. We'll get there. I think we'll get there. I'm feeling pretty good. I think we've had decent runs. Just need like a little bit of good RNG. Ooh. Nice. Look at that, easy. All fruit. No problems. And look how slow this feels compared to the stage on the 2nd try. Like I'm crawling. May not recover. I mean, I've got like at least another 2 hours. I'm pretty sure I'll get there. We've gotten close as well. I'm like, what am I? A third of the way there. Oh, nice. After playing so much, you kind of know what score you should be on, depending on how many fruit you've gotten. So I know after the red level, the hell level, whatever it is, I should be over 100,000 if I've got all the fruits. And if I've missed one fruit, I can make it just over. And if you get every single fruit on every single level, fuck. Why did that kill me? Then you should be able to get very close to 125. Sometimes I get 125, sometimes I get like 124. I think it depends on how many coins you get as well. Sometimes it's a bit stingy with coins, but who cares about coins? Yeah, just die there. Gotta do it multiple times. What is this? Bit pedantic, I think. Sounds a bit weird if I was to say 200k plus score guaranteed. I don't know. Well, I better get one soon then, huh? I remember back in the day when I was like struggling at this, I used to make it like a goal to myself. I'd be like, if I get 50k, I'll stop. So I'll just play until I get 50k. And then it was pretty easy. Like I used to get that quite quickly after a while. And then I was like, alright, I'll play till I get 100k and then I'll stop. And then that became relatively easy. And I think at the moment, I try to aim for getting through all of the 8 levels once. And then if I want to, I can stop. But sometimes that happens like the second or third attempt and it's like, well, I've hardly played it all. And then I'll just keep going. What I'm trying to say is I'm really good at the game now. Nah. It'd be so cool to get to a point where I can get over 200k. Consistently. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like there's just too much chance in like what kind of levels you get and the things that could go wrong. So just, it will always prevent you from being able to get that kind of high score consistently. But who knows? Maybe I just am worse than I imagine I could be later. Ah, fucking purple mushrooms. I think I've come to learn a little bit about how they work. I think the earlier you jump on them, like closer to the left, the smaller the jump will be, and the more that you jump on them like full on, the higher you will jump. But it's tricky. They can be a little bit hit and miss. G'day, Soda. How you doing? Nice. Ooh. I nearly missed that ledge. That would have killed me. Would have missed the stream, didn't check Discord. Yeah, the Discord message is pretty useful, huh? I'm doing okay today. Nothing much to report. Just kind of waiting to see if I end up getting any symptoms of COVID or not. I think for now I'm fine. I'm asymptomatic. I don't think... I've never actually died from pushing the mushroom too low. I assume you can die, but I don't know for sure. Hey. That's not fair. Hope you don't get any symptoms. Thank you. Yes, I hope so too. I have a feeling it's just a matter of time, but we'll see. There's also a chance that, like, I could just have COVID but not have any symptoms as well, because I've got 2 shots. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm fine. I don't have any issues at the moment. But yeah, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, no, I don't think I have any symptoms yet. Touch wood. What about you, man? Are you good as well? Did you take a test at all? I think you had some, right? Haven't taken any? Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I normally have like some kind of runny nose for a little bit when I wake up, but that's just normal. I don't know. I feel like I will take a test at some point. You kind of need to, otherwise how will I know? You know, you could still have it and not show any symptoms. So, ooh, worse. Sneaky. Oh, that was a bad decision. Yeah. Should have just stayed down. Still have very minor tickle. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. It just take forever to get rid of that. It's happened before as well. I remember you had a cough for like 2 months one time. It just like would not go away. Very deep part. Hmm. Okay. No, we're not sick, but we spent a lot of time with someone who is positive now. So we got to quarantine. And I mean, I kind of assume that we'll get it, but we haven't yet got any symptoms, so kind of just playing a waiting game. Just a common cold. Yeah, that's not really what we're talking about. Let me have that fruit. Come on. Ah, fuck. Sometimes I get greedy. Like I want all of the coins. I don't know if I even mean to do it on purpose. It's just like I see the coins, like, ooh, shiny. How much do you get from one coin? It's hard to tell. I think it's either like 40 or 50? Somewhere around there. I'd like to say 50, but I don't know. Because your score keeps moving the whole time. I know the fruit give you 1,000. And if you get all 3, then you get a bonus 5,000. So... oh, fuck. A lot of the coins are actually in good spots to jump. So you can kind of adjust the height of your jump to where the coin is, and it will be good. I do that a lot on the lava level. Kind of jump to where the coin is, and you'll land right. But yeah, sometimes I've legitimately seen like a row of 5 coins and gone to get them, and then later realizing that because I did that, I missed the fruit, which the fruit ends up being like 100 times the score, you know? I mean, they're better than not getting anything, but I don't think they're worth going out of your way to get if you don't need to, or if it's dangerous to do so. Ah, oh, come on. That was bullshit. Yeah, it is annoying, man. Fuck. Going too fast. My dad came and got us some groceries last night. We've actually got quite a few of the things that we would need, luckily. So we were mostly okay, but we didn't have any milk. Needed like bread and ham. So yeah, we should be good. We've got plenty of pasta. Got a lot of like noodles and stuff like that, so we'll be alright. But I mean, it's just like a week or whatever it is, so we'll be fine. Got lots of eggs. Might have some eggs for lunch, actually. Got bacon too. What would you say you use milk for the most? Me, I use it in coffee, but my brother has a lot of cereal as well. Milk. I have some every now and then, but not a huge amount. Come on. No. It's probably the right thing to do, Speedy. Just better to be safe, you know? Whew. I'm pretty sure it doesn't really depend on whether you get hit from above or below, from like a boulder, whether you die. It depends on whether you're moving up or down. If you're on the way down, no matter what hits you, you'll be fine. But if you hit it while you're moving up, you'll die. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Same with the bubbles. That's why I get annoyed sometimes when I die, because it's like I would have just been at the bottom of my cycle. Well, you saw there, if you hit the bubble like really early on, you just jump on it, it's fine. I don't know, it probably doesn't even make any sense what I said. Just rambling, I guess. They probably never intended for this game to be, you know, thought about so deeply. It's just like a shitty little mini game. That's too far. I couldn't make it to the bottom platform because there was not enough platform there for me. But I needed to be like a tiny bit further over. As far as I think, I'm pretty sure it's possible to make the distance to any platform, but sometimes the gap is so wide you need to be on like the very last pixel of the previous platform, and you'll land on like the very first pixel of the next platform. It's really tight. And I hate when that happens. Pokemon fan? I used to watch the show. I was never a huge fan of the game. I never had any of the games, so didn't have a DS or anything like that, or Game Boy. Was never allowed to get those. Yeah, I like the TV show. I remember most of the first gen Pokemon. I played Pokemon Go as well for a bit. That was good. Good stuff, good memories. I feel like the world was a different place when Pokemon Go was around. Feels like a lifetime ago. It was like 6 years ago now, almost 5.5 years ago. Damn. Fuck. Man. That was badly timed. What is Pokemon Arceus? Arceus? Never heard of that. Newest game. Is it any different? Or is it just like the same kind of thing? Breath of the Wild. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, that was way too fast. Rip. Just because I get lazy. I take the speed on that level when I can, because it's too slow. Oh. Okay. Nice. First open world style Pokemon game. Aren't they all open world though? Like you have a world and you can run around and do things? Isn't that open world? But like... But is it really restrictive of where you go? Okay. Like I said, I've never played it, so I don't know. I know the general mechanics, but that's about it. Like you catch them, you find them in the grass, you battle them, and whatnot. Go to gyms. Was Sword and Shield the one where they removed a lot of the Pokemon from the Pokédex? Or am I thinking of something else? Did they ever add them back in? I remember a lot of people were really upset about it, but there's like 1,000 Pokemon. Like, what do you want? If anything, they should just stop adding more Pokemon. There are enough. Fuck. I knew I would hit it, but I should have jumped. Yeah, I only really know the first gen as well. I'm old school. Regional decks than a national deck. Interesting. I really hope those kind of Nintendo games come to PC, because I don't think it's worth me buying a console just to play that. But I would definitely consider it if it was on Steam or something. That would be really cool. I feel like it's a good move from a business perspective as well. Like, PlayStation did it relatively successfully recently, and you can see Microsoft is doing it as well. They have Halo is on Steam, and it's one of the top played games at the moment still. Like, it's a good move. There are so many people on PC who, you know, can't afford or don't want a console. Temtem. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that was good. I don't know. Ooh. Is it better than Pokemon? Is it still popular? I haven't heard much about it in a while. That's the kind of thing, like, when you get the indie competition instead of like the AAA game, even if it's not as good, the AAA one, you know that there's always going to be like a big community there. There's always going to be a lot of people playing it, and in a way that almost makes it better. It's kind of shitty how that works, but that's the case. That's why I'm a little bit worried. I don't know if you guys have been following Paralives. It's like it's an indie studio trying to make a competitor to The Sims. Except, you know, because like The Sims has had a lot of problems for a while now. It's gone downhill in a big way, and it needs competition. But it could be a similar kind of thing where, you know, this game could come out and it could be really good. It could be better than The Sims. In fact, I'm confident that it probably would be better than The Sims 4. But if The Sims 5 comes out, it's just like, fucking hell. Like, it's The Sims, you know? People will buy it and play it, and the community is bigger. So, it's easy for it to fail. I'm also worried, like, Paralives, it looks like a bit too much. I'm glad that you can customize so many things, but like, you can customize too many things. Man, you're gonna be on the character creation screen for 10 hours. Just like, changing the width of my eyebrows. Sim stream? I've thought about it. I grew up playing the Sims games. 1 to 3. I've only played a little bit of 4, but I've got it as well. Yeah, I played a lot of 3. I think it would be between 2 and 3, which one I played the most. They were both really good. No, I haven't streamed it before. I played it. I made a video of it, but I've never streamed it, I don't think. Oh, fucking hell. Hey. I remember 3 was kind of cool because it had like the progression of households that you weren't playing as well. Story progression, I think it was. And it was nice because in the past you had to just like, if you had a family that moved out or you had a sim that moved out and start their own family, well, now you have 2 households to play. It's like you have to split your time between them. And God help you when you get to like 5, 10 households to play. It's just like, how do you keep track with anything? So in comes story progression, and now they kind of do things on their own while you're playing the other ones. It was good and it's bad, because sometimes they'll just like buy random shit. Like you'll play them and it's like, why do you have a car in your backpack? Or like, why did you marry this person? Or have a baby that I did not sanction? But yeah, it does save you a bit of time. Yeah, 3 was very heavy on the CPU. But I mean, by today's standards it would be fine. It just started dying. Yeah. It's good and it's bad. It's good because like you can't play 10 different households. But it's bad because like you still want to have some kind of say in what happens in their lives, you know? The Sims, it definitely has some flaws. Like, I used to love going to university and stuff. That was like one of my favorite packs. But then like, you spend so damn long in the university. It takes ages. And when you come out of it, like that's a good thing too. It would be shit if it was just a short experience. Then you come back home and you feel like you've been on this massive journey with one sim. And every other sim is the same. Like, they're exactly where you left them. Like, if you left them watching TV on the couch, they're still there. Like, just watching that same TV show they were watching when you left. And, like, if you've got 3 kids or something, you know what, you gotta do the exact same massive journey with every one of them. That's a lot, you know? I remember sometimes I would get to like the 3rd kid and I was like, you don't need to go to uni. It's fine. You can just get a job straight away. Ah, hey Teach. How's it going? Just got the notification now? Fantastic. Only 2.5 hours late. Which sucks with that though. They really do. And then they tell me it's like, oh, only less people clicked on the notification this time. It's like, well, maybe because you didn't fucking send it. Just like real life. Kind of, I guess. The 3rd child gets abandoned. I don't know, it could be fun. My one wish, I am desperately hoping that Sims 5 is like a online game. I have a sneaking suspicion that it will be, but oh man, how good would it be to play that game with like your friends and stuff and just live in the same neighborhood. I don't know how they would get it to work, but oh, that would be amazing. There have been rumors? I know, I've been reading all about it. It would be the best. I would play the shit out of that. Whee! It kind of fits in just with the general way that games are going as well, you know. With games as a service, the whole live service thing. Yeah, it's exactly the kind of thing that EA would want to do. And for once, it kind of lines up with what I would want as well. What a happy surprise. I'm sure they'll find some way to make it shit, like putting microtransactions or NFTs in it somewhere, but you have shitty builds. I think it's such a perfect encapsulation of today's society too. Like, I would rather visit my friend in The Sims than in real life. Hey, I'm coming over. What, in real life? No, of course not. In The Sims. I play The Sims pretty much exactly as I play DST. I like the building stuff, but I can never like decide on what I want it to look like. So it ends up just being like, it ends up being a pretty shitty house, and I'll just get a lot of money, and I'll be like, I'll save up money, be able to, you know, buy nice things, and I'll do it all in one go, and then I just never do it. And then it's time to start a new family. I normally will just move into an already established house. It was kind of good because you can download houses from the online thing, the library. So let's play Overwatch. I've never played Overwatch. I'm not a fan of those kind of games anymore. I'm sure I could have, you know, gotten into games like Overwatch or CSGO or whatever other things, Valorant, but I mainly just avoid them, really, on purpose. I don't have the time to get good at a game like that, so I don't really want to get involved at all. That was dumb. But yeah, if Sims ever comes to online in Sims 5, we're gonna set up a neighborhood on the Discord, and we'll all like have our own places and stuff. It'll be so good. Oh man. What am I doing? Demonville? And oh boy. Stop trying to get the coins. Come on. I'm getting worse. Sometimes you need to go through like a rough patch and then you'll be good again. Why am I named Demon? It's because of the footy team that I go for. The Demons. Also, if Demon is like a evil or mean thing, it's like it's rebuilt, you know? Become good again. Team of what? Footy. Footy team. Football. Hey, come on. Yeah, I'm really big on my footy. Nice. No, not soccer. We don't play that here. I don't really watch that many sports outside of footy. I watch a little bit of tennis. When like the Australian Open is on, that's about it really. And oh my god. I've been watching a little bit of cricket. But I feel like it's more because there just isn't anything else to watch. Not because it's been genuinely exciting. It's had its moments, but... like soccer but don't like watching it. Yeah, soccer is definitely more fun to play than to watch, in my opinion. I used to play it in high school. I was in the school soccer team. Oh, you don't play it either? Well then why do you like it? What do you like about it? Just that it exists. I used to play basketball at school as well, like at lunchtime, but I've never really watched much basketball at all. I probably would be able to get into it if I was like dedicated enough to watch some of it. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the sports that I watch now. Not really needing a new sport. Only just like the downtime between AFL seasons kinda sucks. I need a sport that goes from like October to March. That's good, and not cricket. Oh, come on! Stop giving me that cursed jump. I thought I got it too. We've been stuck on the first 4 levels for a long time now. Everything's sore? How come? Gym day. Ooh. Boy. Sometimes he sends all the bubbles out in one direction and you can just like go the other way and it's really easy. And other times it's just like every second bubble goes a different direction. Come on. I think we're good. Nice. Oh, because you haven't been that active? Sometimes if I sit down for too long, I get a bit sore, like restless. I hate that. I remember it happened a lot in like year 12 and in uni because I was just like studying all the time. I'm surprised that it doesn't happen as much these days, even though I probably spend more time on my computer. But yeah, I used to get super sore. No. Maybe I'm fatter these days, so it doesn't hurt as much. I've got more cushioning. I don't know. Probably partially the reason. Oh, I tried to jump more so I didn't have to land on that thing, but it probably would have been better to land on it. It's so weird that you weren't allowed to play sports. Like, I feel like most parents would be the opposite, try to encourage their kids to do sports. Very strange. I don't even know if I had a choice, really. I don't remember ever being like, you know, oh dad, I want to do blah blah blah. It was just like, one day I was playing tennis, I guess. I didn't sign myself up for swimming lessons. I just kind of did it. Parents are hateful? Oh man. That sucks. I mean, when you're an adult, you can just do whatever. Like, if you want to do stuff, just do it. It can't stop you. Oh, that was needlessly risky. But it was cool. I'm not gonna try. I feel like I would have either just made it or it was just too far and I didn't want to risk it. I would have looked like a fool. A damn fool if I just jumped head first into that pit. man. Okay. Nice. Nice. No boulder here. Go, 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 go. Nice. And we're good. Didn't give me a whole lot of coins that time, but had safe passage, so... Alright, very good. Got over 100. Now let's do all of that again, but harder. Oh, I thought I messed up there. Nice. I think I've missed 2 fruits. Does that sound right? I'm a little bit behind what I should be. Still good. At this point, I mean, I'll get the fruits if they're there, but I don't really go out of my way. Maybe in these 2 levels, I'll normally try to get them all, but from here on out, I'll just be like, if I can get them, I'll get them, otherwise, whatever. It's just better to get through the level. Oh, come on! That sucks. Need to jump like the tiniest bit more on that bubble. What was I up to? About 150? Still got a long way to go. $150-hour chocolate cake recipe. That's fucked. What the hell? These levels look cute and fun. You've obviously never played it. Oh, what? Why was the one behind was faster? I sped up to be able to hit me. What? How did I jump from the platform yet not get the coin? The platform was only 1 tile wide and it had a coin on it. Hey kites, how's it going? should charge my phone. One second. Okay. Always forget. It's kind of crazy. I was watching a TikTok yesterday where someone spoke about this, but it's kind of crazy to think that in the span of like 10, 20 years max, we went from having, you know, a device for to call people, a device to hold all your contacts, a device to take pictures, and a device to play music from. And in 20 years or 15 years, that all became one device. Like, Apple even had their own, like, iPods for playing music. Do they sell iPods still? Because you just don't need them. What are they for now? You just play it on your phone. Kinda crazy. I wonder, like, they're even kind of swallowing up computers now. Phones. Because if you've got, like, a really good phone, like, the best phone or whatever, they can do a lot of things that you can do on a computer. I remember mobile internet browsing used to be so shit, but now in most cases it's like the primary thing that they will develop technology for. Like, they'll make sure that apps are better, or the apps are good before they make good websites even. And I'm pretty sure most of the traffic on YouTube comes from mobile, you know. I still have an iPod as well. It still works, and I was using it the other day. But yeah, it's so weird. Everything's just been consolidated. I think there is still a place for good cameras, but even then, phones are getting better cameras all the time. Like, they're very good cameras. I'm not sure if they'll ever replace like proper what is it, DSLR cameras, but you never know. Because you just need like a big lens and stuff. Hey JC. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well also. I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm fine, but yeah. Just waiting to see whether or not I have COVID. It's fun. I knew I shouldn't have gone for it. Sometimes I think if I land from a higher place, then it will like... It's like you almost reach a faster velocity when you fall, so you fall in more of a vertical direction rather than an arc. So I wonder if the ledge that I'm supposed to land on doesn't have a whole lot of room. Maybe I should try to fall from a higher spot, so I can fall faster onto it, and then I could land on it. That probably makes no sense, but I don't know. Could be something worth testing, perhaps. I feel like here I can just jump from there, instead of worrying about that, because it's close enough. But it doesn't often happen outside of this level. Do you guys take a lot of pictures? I feel like I hardly take any pictures at all. Probably something I should do more. I remember I used to love looking at like the photo album and stuff when I was young. I don't know how your family did it, but like back when people had digital cameras and stuff, or even manual cameras, like you'd take a lot of pictures and you'd go get it developed, or you'd go print them out at Kmart or something, and then you put them in an album. And we had an album for each of like us kids. So I had one, my brother had one, and my sister had one, and then we had one for like the family or something. So if there were any photo that was like of me or relating to something that I did, would go in my album, and like anything that was of my sister would go in her album or whatever. It was really cool. So I just got like this massive album, 2 albums, that just full of things that I did when I was a kid, or pictures of me when I was a kid. But yeah, ever since I became like an adult, I hardly take any pictures at all, and much less pictures of myself. So, I don't know, I'm probably just gonna look back on this time when I'm 50 or something and just not have any memories of it. Whew, that was tight in there. Used to when I was younger. Yeah. That's nice. I used to be really into photography. Like when I was a kid, in the way that a kid is into like firemen and stuff. Thanks, JC. Have a good one. Do you guys remember those phones where you could take like 20 pictures? And it was like those Kodak disposable cameras. Oh no, did I say phones? The disposable cameras where you take like 20 pictures and then you had to go get it developed. But they cost like 10 bucks. Good times. I remember whenever we would go to like school camp, we would get that. They'd give us one of them. And you had to like choose carefully what to take a picture of. You only had a few left. It's kind of crazy to think of the patience that you needed back in the day. These days, everything is just ready instantly, you know? You want food straight away? You don't even need to leave your house, you can just get it straight away. Order it online, pay for it immediately. It comes to your house. If it takes more than half an hour, you can legitimately complain about it taking so long. Same as with photography. Take a picture, it's ready instantly. You can print it out from your home if you have a printer. But yeah. You want to buy a game, buy it online. You can download it in like half an hour. Play it straight away. Amazing. We've come such a long way. I wish I had Steam when I was young. Man, I wish I had Steam. Even if I didn't buy that many games, it just would have been so cool. Not knowing what the photo would look like until you got it developed. There would always just be like one photo of your thumb or something. Accidentally left your thumb in front of the lens. Hey, why you give me that lag? Why is there lag in Junimo Kart? Silly game. Nice. I keep seeing this, one of like my favorite TikTok things is this house. It's just this lady who comes home from work and just like makes dinner and cleans up the house. But everything in the house is really, really convenient. It's like a smart home or something. Like everything is either done automatically or is sped up for convenience. Really cool. Like just to illustrate the level of convenience, they have like a toothpaste dispenser where you just put your toothbrush under the dispenser and it will portion out the correct amount of toothpaste. And it's like, damn, but everything in the house is like that. And I want that. That looks so cool. It's like everything in your house is a toy, but for adults who have to do shit. I feel like cleaning the house would be a lot of fun. They also had heated pads for the table. So when you make food, you just put it on this pad and it stays warm. And that sounds really cool. I've never seen something like that, really. Okay. I feel like my household has always been kind of old school. I don't know if it's because like I live with my nonna and stuff and they just like doing it the old-fashioned way. But yeah, we didn't even have a microwave until I moved out on my own. They just like didn't think that stuff was necessary. So seeing this stuff is like, whoa. Kind of blows my mind a bit. I don't know what's happened in this level, but the dude behind me is just so far behind. I can just sit on all of these slime things and he can never catch me. It's like he's not even on the screen. Oh, we're almost on 200, fuck. No, that's not fair, I couldn't get through there. That's bullshit. But we got so close. That was a good run. Don't have a microwave right now. Oh, it died? I mean, you did have a microwave at least. Like, I never owned a microwave until I was 24. So, yeah. It was always like, whenever I would go to my friend's house or we'd like stay in a hotel or something, it'd be like, oh my god, it has a microwave. Let's make milk in a microwave in a cup. You know, I feel like a king. Living in the future, using a microwave. I mean, to be fair, there is not that much that you could do with a microwave that you can't just do on a stove. Like, heating up stuff, it takes less time and effort and you don't have to wash pots, but you could easily do it. The only thing that I really missed out on was having like microwave popcorn and stuff. They have a toaster? Yes, we had a toaster. We had a toaster. Oh. Love microwaving Milo. I always had it cold. I was a cold Milo. That's probably why I don't really heat up any of my food these days. Because I was just so lazy. Because if I wanted it warm, I needed to like boil water and then put the plate on top of the like boiling water to heat it up or whatever. Or just put it in a pan and fry it again. I'm just too lazy. I was just, oh, I'll just eat it cold. It's fine. So these days I just eat everything cold. Like leftovers and stuff. They say that it's even better for you to eat it cold. Most leftovers taste better reheated in something else. Yeah, I mean, microwave, it's like shit tier cooking, but if you just want something like warm, you don't care that much, it's fine. And it's good for like the 20-second meals or whatever it is, or popcorn and that stuff, but that's about it, yeah. I've had so much popcorn in the last 2 years. More than I've probably had in my entire life. Just because I have a microwave. Used to have to cook that shit on a stove? What? I remember I would put like half of a stick of butter in there, in the pot with all the popcorn, and it would still come out tasting like it has no butter on it at all. Yet the ones in the microwave, they taste like they've just been like covered in butter. It's so nice, but I'm like worried at how much butter actually is in there. Parents had this ancient toaster that was 30 years old. I mean, toasters, do they break often? I don't think I've ever needed to replace a toaster. Oh, that was an expert jump there. The one that I've had, we've had it for... probably had it for 15 years. Easy. It's good. I haven't eaten popcorn since I got my permanent retainer. Wait, permanent retainer? Another thing I saw on TikTok about about popcorn, the corn that they use to make popcorn is not like the typical corn that you would eat. It's like a different kind of corn. And this guy, like, he showed the corn, and it's like, the kernels are really tough. So, like, you would have to really bite on it, or whatever, to eat it. It's not something that you'd really want to eat. But you could put it, like, he put this corn straight in the microwave, and it made popcorn. And I was like, what? What is this? I don't know what I expected, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. It looked exactly the same as you'd expect popcorn to look from a bag. It was just, it popped right off of the, like the corn stalk. I'm trying to get my head around what a permanent retainer would look like. Cause I've got metal wire at the bottom of my bottom teeth, like behind my teeth, and that's just, it stays there forever. I don't know what a retainer would like though. Wire on the bottom. Oh, okay. Is that what it is? I always thought retainer was like the plate thing. Where like, I remember I had that for a year or so and I would take it out to eat and then put it back in. Ah, bugger. If it's the wire thing, well then that's fine. I've got that too. You get used to it. I don't even notice I have it. One day I'll die and my skeleton will have just fire in it. I remember having braces, that was so shit. So shit. It would hurt for like a few days every time they tighten it. And your gums just get cut the fuck up every time. What a shitty experience. I think I got mine when I was like 15 or something. 14, 15. I only had them for maybe, I think I had 2 years of braces and then another 6 months to a year with a plate. Yeah, it was shit. Oh, did you guys have like the elastic as well? Where like it went from your top teeth to bottom teeth, so like you couldn't even open your mouth that much? Fucking terrible. I remember I had like one of those elastics, and they come in like a little pouch, and I thought I was gonna be able to get rid of them, because yeah, I thought I was getting towards the end of having to need them, and we went to the orthodontist, and he was like, I was pretty excited, and instead of getting rid of them, gave me another pouch with different ones, different elastics, and it was like, these ones are the same except tighter. I was like, you're fucking joking. So then I had to wear them. They were just worse. I guess I have okay teeth now, whatever. Honestly, I don't think having like crooked teeth is that bad. What am I saying? There's some like celebrities and stuff with weirdly shaped teeth, and it's almost like, I don't know, it makes them more personable. I don't think my teeth were like especially weird or anything either. 4 straight ones, sideways ones. I think I just had 2? I don't know. It was a long time ago. I didn't have 4, that seems like a lot. Wait, where's the first one? It was also kind of funny. I don't know about you guys, but my school was like, it was a private school and it had a lot of people that were like relatively well off. So it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that like half of the kids had braces. So it was fairly common. Like it wasn't a big deal when someone got braces or anything. And it was kind of funny seeing people when they first got their plate and when they've had it for like several months. Because at the start they were like, you know, take it out, you wash it, put it in the little container thing, and you eat, and then you put it back in. And some people had like a little flossing thing, and they would wash it and floss it and blah blah blah. And after like a month, they would just like fucking chuck it in their pocket, eat, and it's fine. Just like literally in the pants pocket or whatever. No one gives a shit. Too fast. Too fast. I'm only 150k as well. I'm normally like 170 at this point. Oof. Always put it in my box to eat. Nice. Good for you. I was too lazy. I think I did. I just carried it around in my pocket. Most of the time. Ah. Bye, fruit. Threw it away in the trash. Oh no. Damn, it's too fast. Nice, we made it. Look at that, 180, but because I keep missing like one fruit. It's taking ages. If I get around, I'll be alright, because the first levels are not that bad. Fuck! Damn it! That was tough. Very quick. But yeah, if I could get past that lava level and then the one after, you can pretty much guarantee an extra 2 levels, no problem, because the first 2 are pretty easy. Box and a key? What the fuck? This sounds like nightmare fuel. I was also relatively lucky because my mouth was big. If I had $1 for every time my dentist / orthodontist would be like, oh, you're so lucky you have a big mouth, I'd be rich. Put a key in it to make it bigger. There's like some torture shit right there. What the fuck? Oh man. I should have just abandoned that one. Wasn't worth it. I still remember the day that they took them off. And I could like finally lick my teeth. Magical. At least I'm not dying so much on that level. This one's still giving me a bit of grief though. Bar that connected your teeth on both sides. Sounds super old school. I feel like they've come a long way, haven't they? Can't you just get like, it looks like a mouth guard except it's clear? I remember I saw someone with that and I was like, whoa. Where was this when I was getting fucking metal implanted into my teeth? Fuck, come on. I should have gone over. Yeah, Invisalign, that's it. That's the one. Not as effective? Well, yeah, you'd imagine not, but... Did you guys also have the thing that you needed to wear overnight? Where you like strap it to the back of your head or something? You have that? And it like connects from little hooks to your teeth? That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Didn't have that. Ay, oi. I think technically I'm still supposed to be using that. But fuck that thing. Like, how to guarantee that you get a shit sleep every night? Thank you very much. Hey. Okay. Fair enough. You're gonna need one, then change your mind. Nice. I remember both the dentist and the orthodontist told me that braces wouldn't be good for me because I had like a chip on the front of one of my front teeth, and they were convinced that having like the braces would just break it, but it didn't. They were like, oh, we'll put it on, and then when you take your braces off, we'll just have to fix it up for you. Then they took it off, and it was still fine. And it's been going strong for like 15 years. The internet's not working? Mate. For real? That sucks. My condolences, dude. Hope you got a lot of 4G. I remember there was one time I was getting my internet set up in the new house when we moved, and it took like a little while for the internet to come in, but I was so desperate to play games on Steam and not be in offline mode, because when you're in offline mode it doesn't like track your achievements or keep track of hours. I was so desperate for it to log my hours that I just plugged in like my phone data just so that it would show. I need the stats. They're doing works on it? Really? Okay. Well, hopefully it works well then. I remember every now and then, we would just like, our internet would just get faster back in the day, if they were just like improving the line or something. It's been so long since like they just improved something for the sake of improving it. These days, if you want something even slightly better, you need to pay through the nose for it. Kind of shit. Like if I wanted a faster speed, they're not just gonna give it to me for free. Nah. I'm gonna pay for that shit. Hey, Vu. Oh my god. I wouldn't even know what to do if I had no internet. I would not know what to do. I'd watch TV, I guess. Or I'd look at my phone for a bit. I've been playing a lot of piano now, recently. Been enjoying it. Been trying to relearn a song that I learnt a long time ago. It's tough. It's a really tough one. But it's fun. Something so satisfying about being able to play something and have it sound good, to like come from your own ability. You just need to choose the stronger internet plan. Yeah, but you pay more if it's a stronger one. I tried to find whether I could get like a faster upload speed, and I don't think it's actually possible for me to get one unless I like double what I'm paying, and it's not worth it. And even then, it would only be slightly better. And I'm already paying quite a lot. for my internet. Sad. We have shitty internet here. Yeah, I'll just pack my bags and move to you, boo. Just for faster internet. Thankfully, I get enough. Like, it would just be for convenience, you know. Things would download a bit faster, things would upload a bit faster. But I have enough to be able to stream in good quality. So it's not bad. Oof. That was pretty ugly. Oh, come on. There wasn't enough room to jump on it and land back on the platform. But it was also too far away to be able to reach the next one. What do I do? I wish I could almost like replay and work out the strategy for each situation. Because you get a lot of similar situations quite often. And if you've done it enough, you eventually work out like a strategy of what to do in that case. There are some where it really feels like there is no way through it. Like it's hard to describe just through words, but there's one in the 4th level where you have to jump to a higher platform, but there's like one of those ghost things that is guarding it, and there is a way that you can just make it past, but if you do, there is one of those barriers right there, and I genuinely don't think it's possible to dodge both. But I wish I could just like replay it and try different things. I didn't think I'd get all of them. Ah, that's bullshit. was a good jump, good leap. Ah, yeah. I'm too high. Just trying to concentrate. It's not working that well. But I'm trying. I would like to at least get one score over 200 if I can. I've gotten close a few times, so it's definitely possible. It's probably going to come down to whether I can grab more of the fruits. But at the same time, I also don't want to get the fruit if it is going to be too dangerous. Ideally, I just make it past the first 2 rounds. I think that'll pretty much guarantee me 200. But yeah, easier said than done. Try some yoga instead of eating healthy. Let's go up here. Why not? I mean, I've been doing some stretching. Yeah, not so much yoga. I'm doing the Turkish March. That's probably the hardest and the best one that I knew how to play. Like if you play it well, it sounds like, man, this guy's fucking good. It's enjoyable. Yeah. It's very hard to play it at the speed that it's supposed to be played. But I can play it relatively okay. The first few sections of it. At a slower speed. Come on. It's just perfectly in line there. I think if I had landed a little bit sooner, I could have jumped over it, but it's kind of shocked. I was like, surely not. It won't hit me, surely. Yeah. Are you playing keyboard still, Speedy? I was trying to learn the song from Spirited Away as well, but I don't know. It's not that it was super hard. I just was too lazy to learn it, kind of. I learnt a bit of it. I feel like I like to play songs that I already know a lot more than I want to learn new ones. So I might try to learn it one day, but then I won't really come back to it. Be like, yeah, I'll just play this other song that I already know how to play. That's fun. Too much work. And I can't like sight read. I need to like go into it and look at the notes and be like, okay, you know, F, A, C, E, this must be D, and then this must be G, and it's like a long process. Easiest way to improve? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm not sure if I'm really playing it from the perspective of trying to get better. I think at this point, I don't mind the kind of skill that I have. I'm pretty happy just to kind of play songs. And if there's something that I do want to learn, you know, most of the stuff that I want is pretty simple. It could be just chords or, you know, simple progressions or whatever that are not too hard for me to pick up. I kind of regret not doing like a proper assessment just to... I mean, I was never really doing it from the kind of academic standpoint of it, but it would have been kind of cool to see what level I was, like as an official standpoint. Instead of just being like, I don't know, I can play this. This is like level 3. So I'm level 3? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, we watched Soul not long ago in the Discord, the movie about the jazz guy, and he could just improvise on a piano, and I was like, what? I honestly can't fathom like how to do that. Like I could make up stuff, but it would be shit. Like it would, I don't know, it wouldn't sound like anything. I don't know how many decades of practice it would need for that. Ooh, nice. It does take time to get good at that kind of stuff, and I feel like that's part of the reason why I'm not really, I don't really care too much if I, you know, don't learn to be better or improve or whatever. I'm just happy kind of playing some songs here and there, learning a little bit here and there. If I don't have the kind of time to really focus on it. Like, you need to be dedicated to it. And I'm doing so much other shit at the moment, you know? Maybe one day I'll have more free time on my hands and I can really just play guitar, like, or play piano an hour a day or more and just get better. But yeah, for now, I just play it every now and then in my spare time if I want to unwind a little bit, and that's good enough. Yay. The more you know your instrument, yeah, for sure. Eventually you probably get so good that your instrument is like, it's like an extension of you. It's like whatever sound you want it to make, you can do it. And that's kind of cool. And it's kind of different, but I remember like when I used to play a lot of tennis, like your racket just becomes like, it's like your hand is longer, you know? Anything that you want to do with your hand, you can do it with the racket. And that's kind of cool. Nice. Did I miss the orange? Ah, fuck. Really? It took so long to get there. Should have stole it from school. I remember they made everyone take like an instrument in year 7. You had to do one in first semester and another one in second semester. And yeah, they had the same kind of thing, like you could borrow it but you couldn't keep it. I did like percussion in first semester, I think, and they gave you like little pads and drumsticks, and you couldn't keep it. You had to return them. Probably worth about 15 bucks. I also had, I think it was a euphonium. It's kind of like a baritone, I guess. Man, that thing was heavy. It's kind of crazy, like it only had 3 buttons, right? 3 things to press, yet you can make so much with that. So simple yet so complicated when you compare it to something like a flute. You could buy it if you had the money. Yeah, fair enough. There's no way I would have bought it either. Accidentally made oat porridge. Why is that a bad thing? Sounds okay. What do you normally make? Rice porridge? Oh, come on. There wasn't enough space in there. They said they weren't going to pay for a used instrument. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's kind of cool that like they let you try it, because you probably wouldn't have had that experience otherwise. Like, oh, it is rice porridge? Okay, because when you said oat porridge, I was like, that's just normal porridge, isn't it? Oh. Didn't bounce. I don't blame you for not really liking the oat porridge. I don't like it much either. Kinda shit, pretty bland. I've never been a huge fan of porridge. You have to put like so much sweet stuff in it, or honey or sugar or whatever, to make it taste good. And then it's like, well, is it any good for you anymore? It's just full of sugar. I also don't really eat breakfast, so it's not like I'm gonna eat porridge for lunch and eat other nicer things. So I just never really have it. I wonder if I should eat breakfast. It's like make a point of getting up earlier if I can, and even if it's just like something really simple like porridge or like cereal or toast or... Oh, why was that so big? The fuck? Why should I eat breakfast? Eh? For energy. Yeah, well, I mean, I get by. I'm kind of used to it. A lot of the times I'm not even really hungry in the morning. It's the most important meal. That's what Big Cereal wants you to think. Big milk. Only eat once a day? Whoa. I would die. I get that. See, that's what I mean. You have to jump off the last pixel and you land on the first pixel. It's so hard to make that. So it's kind of bullshit that I had to not only do that jump, but I also had to sacrifice that fruit. That's very mean. 130-day streak. Wow. Do you use an app to measure the streaks? That's amazing. I guess you kind of get used to it in like a intermittent fasting sense. Your body gets used to it. Now. Need more energy? Oh, I see. Maybe you just have a high metabolism. Either that or you have some kind of worm in your gut. Sometimes I wonder, you know. I used to just like fucking eat anything and I would not put any weight, and I was like, do I have like a worm in my stomach or something? App throws confetti over the screen. What app is it? I've been kind of looking for apps that do that well. Like streaks and things like that. Habits. What do you mean you killed them all, Vu? Did you have worms before? It's like, how can you tell unless you get it checked? You would just like feel hungry, you know? Or feel tired. Taking med every 6 months. Well, you would need to know that you had it in order to take medication like that. And how would you know that you had it unless you got checked? Yeah, it probably is just a metabolism thing. Let a worm live in my stomach? Friendly worm. Depth worm. Don't they like go into your body through your feet or something? Or is that it? Oh, what? How the hell did that hit me? Oh, I'm not having any luck with the mushrooms. Jeez. It's like the last 4 times that I've died is because of mushrooms. Yeah, you can get them through your feet, Speedy. I don't know if they're the ones that go in your gut. That's why like they're common in those kind of third world countries where they don't use shoes a lot. Through your nails? No, just go through your foot. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't have worms. I think. I don't really want to look it up either. I don't want to learn about that shit. Oh, the fuck was that? I honestly would not be surprised if I went to a doctor and you'd be like, yeah, you have some kind of deficiency with like metabolism or iron or Hashimoto's or something. I don't know. Or vitamin D. I would not be surprised. I should probably just go and get a checkup or something. I don't know, Vu, look it up. You tell me. I definitely remember reading something about it a while ago. You have feet worms. Come on, be kind, mushrooms. Nice, I don't think there are that many. Finally! Oh no! I was so close. Sometimes you can just grab on it. It was not letting me. Oh well. It'd be like that one of those days. I'll probably get off somewhat soon and have lunch. All this talk about worms is making me hungry. Lava can go through your skin. Okay, there you go. Bookworm. Yeah, that's the name. That's the one. Oof. Jesus. Yeah, I wasn't making it up. I feel like bacteria in your stomach, especially, would be hard to get rid of, or hard to do effectively, because there's a lot of good bacteria there as well. That's why it's always, I don't know, it's kind of hit and miss when you take things like probiotics or antibiotics, because either way, it's going to change the natural flora in your gut. And it could be good, and it could be bad. You don't really know, because it's different for everyone. Your, what do they call it? Your gut microbiome. But yeah, if you had like one particular bacteria in your gut that you don't want, I don't know how they would possibly get rid of that without just like getting rid of other ones, or all of them even. Take this pill that tastes like metal. Nice. It probably was. Oh, okay. Of course you join when I'm talking about worms. Here for 5 minutes. Honestly, I don't know. I thought you were Speedy because you have the same color name and it starts with S and you're both mods. And I'm like I'm kind of reading it out of the corner of my eye. No, you're both the same color of green to me. K is yellow? What? K has always been green for me. And you too, Speedy. So weird. Hold on. Jade, thank you so much for the raid. Jade raid. Welcome, guys. Appreciate that a lot. Hope you're doing well. I wish I had a name that rhymed with raid. Can't really do anything with demon. Oh, nice. I didn't think I'd be able to get that one. Katie's eating soggy Oreos? Ew. I'm disappointed. I don't even dip my Oreos, I just eat them. I don't know. Is that controversial? How do you guys eat Oreos? I just eat them as like cookies. I'm gonna sit there like twisting them and licking them and dunking them. Nah. You don't like the middle? Oh no. Just take a bite? Yeah. I'm with you, Kay. Okay, I got your shoes. And your message. Nice. Just got it. But I missed one. What did I missed the orange. Gotta abandon that one. It's not worth it. Dead. Nice. Cool. See any other update emails? Yeah, I wasn't expecting it for a little while, but whatever. I won't be able to send it to you though, because I'm in isolation. So you'll have to wait anyway. Peel them apart, eat the filling, then the cookies? What? That is too much effort, my dude. How do I say so cool when I have to restart? Restart 1,000 times. And yeah, you'll be alright. Fuck. levels get more complex. There are 8 levels. 8 levels in total, and if you get through them all, then it just starts from the start again, except faster. I mean, I won't lie, I do get annoyed sometimes, especially if I lose in like a really shitty way. But yeah, it is what it is. The game just, it starts again so quickly, you don't really have time to be upset. Raging on the inside. Nah, I'm a pretty chill person generally. There are some games that make me upset, but I feel like I only really get upset if something happens and it's not like in my control. Like if I died because of lag or something in a shooter, or the game behaves in a way that it shouldn't. Whew, I was lucky there. This looks challenging. Yes. Challenging is an understatement. It is fun though. I like it. If I somehow manage to get like the high score, like all-time high score, I'll probably quit though, because it takes a lot of time. It's hard to get good and stay good. Yeah, I don't know if I want to play this game for the rest of my life. You know, got other things to do. Crash Bandicoot. Ah. I haven't heard of that in a while. Oh. Are they making... They're making another one, aren't they? A new one, I think. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, I think this is my favorite level, even though it can be a bit of a bitch sometimes, like whatever the fuck that was before. Yeah, nice. They remade it for PS4. Yeah, I saw that, the Insane Trilogy. It's on PC as well. But I thought they were making a new one too. We played Donkey Kong Country? I played Donkey Kong Country on the Wii. Country Returns, I think. That was fun. We were talking about it earlier today, actually. Strange coincidence. Yeah, there are. We were talking about the kart levels. They were my favorite levels. I love them so much. So you can see I'm back to the start levels again, but it's just a bit faster. I don't have a Switch, nope. Sadly. I've thought about getting one, but it's pretty expensive. And I don't even know if there would be many games that I would want to play on it. Yeah, I've played a little bit of it on my sister's Switch. I played it not long ago, actually. It's pretty good. We got up to the second world and then we stopped. Like the beach one. I think that one was like tropical freeze or something, wasn't it? It's so fast. Oh. See, if you hit the barrier from underneath, it cancels your jump as well. So it can sometimes be confusing. It's like, it doesn't move in the way that you expect. If I can get through here with all of my fruit, I'll get 200. Ah, fuck. Ooh. No, I hate those mushrooms so much. God damn it. That was tough. We did well though. We did well. I'm pretty sure we've died like 2 or 3 times in that exact same situation. Because they're temperamental, those ones. You could hit on it in the same spot and it bounces different amounts. Whee! Mush rip? Yeah, I've gotten in the 190s like twice. It's pretty sad. That would have been like 180 something. We're definitely capable. It's just whether or not the mushroom level wants to be kind. Oh, what? Didn't have enough juice. Oh. Guaranteed. You shush, Kay. I should have known that was a bad idea. I'll just do a sneaky title change before I finish. Oops. It's gonna cost me. I'm dead. It doesn't matter. I think on that level especially, I try pretty hard to get the fruit, but it's not that worth it on that one. Better to just make it through. Okay. Sometimes I'll just jump on a bubble, even if it's not like in the way, just to get it out of the way. Extra security. Hey! Not sure about that one. Yeah, that was too low. I wish you had like one life or something. It's so easy to make a mistake, and there's so many— I'm gonna die here. And there's so many things that can go wrong as well. It's inevitable that something will happen through a combination of either bad luck or just the tiniest mistake, and then you lose. I guess that's part of the challenge, but... If it was like the progress mode, where you have lives, and you get your lives back when you pass the level, I might not ever die. I would just keep going indefinitely. It'd be kind of cool, like see how fast it can get. I've been up to the 3rd round. Imagine if I could get to like the 5th or 6th one. It's just so fast that nothing can happen. Ooh, nice. Yeah, Natibu, I've heard it a few times, yes? Fuck. Nice. This music always makes me think of those little... I forgot what they're called. The coal dudes. Eh. What are they called? The sprite things. Spirits? Dust spirits? Dust sprites? Makes me think of them. please. Not sure if you can actually bounce higher off the boulder. It seems like you can. I feel like it's the same with the bubble too. I feel like you can sometimes bounce higher. You reach places you otherwise couldn't. That was a very big jump. I shouldn't have done that. Either this is small jumps. Too high. Very close there. It kind of sucks because the first time I go through this level, I normally will try to jump as close to the end of the ledge as I can. Try and make sure that I always make it to the next one. But when I do that the next time around, you often get caught out by the moving sprite things, like the ghost dudes. Because they'll just like wait for you at the start of the next ledge, so it's pretty annoying. The strategy definitely changes. This one might be one of the few levels where the second time around is easier, because you don't need to worry about that guy at all. It goes faster. But it's not that bad, and it's pretty short level as well. Eat those. Stop! I don't want any more. Ah! Why did it gave me like 8 of them? I think I've never seen that many. I think the mushroom level, it's quite common for it to be unbalanced in the favor of one particular type of mushroom. You either get a lot of the poison ones, which is probably the hardest, or you get a lot of the purple ones, which is hard, or you get a lot of the moving platform ones. And sometimes they can be almost impossible, because you need to react in advance. You need to see beforehand whether or not you need to manipulate the height of the next platform. Sometimes by the time you realize you need to move it higher, it's too late to move it higher, and then you're just stuffed. Oh, that was terrible. What kind of a jump was that? Mushroom stage is smelly. Yeah. I remember when I first started getting up to that stage, I remember even saying on stream, it's like the mushroom stage would be maybe a 5% chance of passing it at any given point. These days it's probably a lot better than that. I'd say maybe 30, 40? Maybe even more. Sometimes I'm pretty confident with that stage that I can do it. Maybe 50%, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it all adds up. Like, it could be, even if each stage is like a 90% chance, eventually you'll get the 10% side. If you do it enough, the chance goes down. You know, if you do 15 90% chances, it becomes much lower. Hey, how did I miss that coin? Ah, I hate this. Oof, I did well. That's brutal. Putting it right there. If you get that in the second run of this, it's almost certainly game over. Your only hope with that is it's like a pixel perfect jump to get on that. To land on it and not get thrown over. Or you need to pray that the next platform is close enough that you can just jump beforehand. And it's almost always not. They know what they're doing. They know when they're putting it there that it's gonna be too hard. What was I... Oh, fucking hell. What is that shit? I was just talking about how those ones can be hard. Look at them, all three of them. Nice. Give me good boulders and I'll be fine. No boulder? Good boulder. There you go, easy. Ah, I jumped to the wrong one. God damn it. On that level, I don't know, sometimes I get a bit confident and I do smaller jumps, but it's really just better to go jump as far as you can, safely of course, and yeah, reduces the amount of errors you can make. I keep giving a lot of tips, but then I don't listen to my own advice. Oi, oi. I don't know if the game... Does this game look easy? From like watching it? Do the mistakes that I make look like, you know... Oh, you should have easily made it. Or does it seem hard? It's hard to tell. It's very hard. If it looks easy, it's not. Looks intimidating. Nice. Feels tough. It's pretty hard. I've played so much of it too. Make it look easier. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. I had to jump right on the last corner there. Two of them? Okay. I think it's better when the poison doesn't line up with the previous one. When they all line up together, then it's hard to get through both. He's not giving them back? Oh. That sucks. I feel like... come on. If I was in that situation, I don't know, I probably wouldn't even bother. It depends how you leave it, I guess. He'd give you $100. Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Damn. I mean, ideally you'd hope that people would be more kind with that kind of thing, but not much you can do. Hey, come on. Yeah, don't worry about complaining. I mean, that's all I really do here. It'd be a bit cool if I didn't let you guys complain a bit as well. It's only fair. I think it's something a lot of people can relate to as well. Oh, why do I jump over it? Sometimes I do feel like I complain too much. I've heard that being angry can be like addictive, and it's not good for you. Like it rewires your brain or something. And I don't think I get angry much, but I don't know. I also, you know, would prefer to spread positivity than negativity? Negativity? Is that a word? That's fake. Good vibes kind of thing. But yeah, there's a lot of shit that I can complain about, you know? Lots of things that I don't like. Yeah, I definitely held back. It kind of would ruin my point. Yeah, I think it is a word, but it shouldn't be a word. They blocked me. Oh, really? Alright, let's try and get my 200k and then I'll leave. Disappointed. I was kind of in the back of my mind hoping with a good, you know, 4 hours to spend on it that I'd be able to put in a really good score, but this hasn't happened today. Sometimes it's harder to do on stream as well because, you know, my focus is not all on the game as well. But it's fine. I was very careful not to put my title like that, Speedy. For reasons I don't need to go into. Yeah, there is more pressure as well, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm better at this than pretty much everyone in chat, so... Hey. Yeah, I wanted to get at least one, otherwise it's gonna skip. Nah, I was like, should I jump high, should I jump low, and I just took too long to make up my mind. Sometimes when you can't see the platform at the top, it's hard, you can't tell whether there is one there or not. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. So I was thinking about whether I should risk it to jump to there, because if I had landed on it, it would have been a very easy jump to the next platform. But if there was no platform at the top to jump onto, I would have died. I died anyway, so whatever. I'm trying to think of what game I should play next stream. I have a few options. If I want to do DST, I've got the community server. I've also got my solo world if I don't feel like playing on that. If I want to do a different game, I mean I could do this again if I can't think of anything. I've got Oxygen Not Included. Got Project Zomboid. Got options. Sometimes I don't like having options, because it's hard for me to pick. I don't know, do you guys have any thoughts? Or something different? Fall Guys. I feel like playing Junimo Kart, playing Fall Guys, it feels like I don't mind doing it every once in a while, but it feels like a kind of throwaway. Like it's fun, but it's not like part of a series. It's not like something to progress. It's just kind of, if I'm not really feeling like anything, I'll just do that. Oh my god, in that tiny hole there. Get out of here. But yeah, for most of my streams, I would probably prefer something that, you know, you can continue from. Whether that be like a story game or a sandbox game or whatever. I don't know. I'll think about it. Want me to do a poll? I could. Not gonna try. Sometimes when I do polls, I feel like whatever people pick is one that I don't really want to get picked. And even if I like all of the games that I put on the poll, it's like, I don't know, in the back of my mind it's like I want to have picked it myself. Which is weird. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. Did it not included? Yeah, I thought about even playing that today. I could. Well, that's what I'm saying, Speedy. Even if I do put the options that I want, I feel like in the back of my mind, maybe subconsciously even, it could be one that I want to win. And if it doesn't, then I'll be unhappy. Even though I don't really care, deep down I do. It's so peaceful without mushrooms. Which would I not want picked? Remove that option, repeat until you have one left. Yeah, then I don't need the poll at all. Oh, come on! Why am I failing on that one now? I wish I could just load up one level and just practice it. I would love that. It'd be so handy. I wonder if you can do that, like, if I could mod the game. I would just practice like the last 2 or 3 levels a lot. Hey. And I thought about, with oxygen not included, do I want to start a new game? I probably do. I have a file, but I only played it like twice. I didn't get that far into it, and a lot has changed since then as well. There is a mod that has that? Boy. Need to look into that. Junimo Kart level practice. Nice. Alright. I'll take a look at that after the stream. How? How did I not make it? I jumped as far as I could from the edge of the platform. Get kind of tired of doing the early levels again and again and again. Like, I can do the first 2 levels probably 95+% every time, you know? I feel like if I had a gun to my head and they said, you know, if you die on the first 2 levels, I'm gonna shoot you, I'd probably be okay. On this level? No, I'd be pretty nervous. I love just sitting there and collecting all the coins. Ooh, that was scary. Nice. Thanks, Kate. Have a good one. Good luck tomorrow. Whatever you have going on. Nice. Oh boy. Ooh. I don't know how I got through there. That was pretty close. Ooh. Alright, we good. That's 100. We're halfway there. Jesus. Just big jumps. Big jumps. Go to safe landings. Big jumps. There you go. Easy. So if I can do all of the levels again, then I'll get 200. Right, that's 47. Ah, no. I was too nervous. There were too many bubbles above me. I didn't want to jump into them. Bad. I normally do pretty well on the bubble level the second time around, because it goes very quick, and you can jump a lot further. But yeah, wasn't to be. Come on, Mr. Whale. Let's see what you got. Oh, come on. I thought I was gonna land on that first one. Whale too strong. Alright. Round 2. Let's go. Oh, what the fuck? What was that? What was that? That's bullshit. Come on. Dude is cheating. Alright. Third time's the charm. We'll do it easy. Easy peasy. Oh, let me have the fruit. I deserve it. Oh. I've been doing okay at those ledges at the end. They suck though. Okay, good. Can't get that. That's 6k on. No, 60k, not 6. Care about that, I guess. Yeah, I know. I'll stop soon. I'm getting hungry. It's kind of weird though, because normally I have like other things that I want to do in the day, but I'm in isolation, so I can't like go to gym or go out or anything. Can't go to numbness, which is what I would have done yesterday. So I'm just gonna be here. Nice. Perfect jump. Perfect bounce off the boulder. Nice. Okay. Halfway. Halfway there, guys. Easy peasy. Oh, it must get sore at 5 hours. I'm used to it. You get used to it after a while. I honestly did not even notice until you said something. And it's not sore at all. I'm gonna jump from this because it's safer than trying to land on that. Nice! Let's go! Ah, you son of a bitch! I swear that bubble was going up. I was gonna go up on the higher bubbles, but I saw they were moving away from me. So I was like, by the time I jump up there, they'll probably kill me. So I stayed down. You gotta make so many decisions in a split second. I think I will get off. It's been 5 hours now, so yeah. Please go grab some food, man. Don't worry, man. I've played much longer than this. Please, Junimo Kart. It's been, I don't know, it's been a bit of a rough day this time. But yeah. I enjoy it either way. High score or no. Also, hello. How you doing? Yeah, the well's been a bitch today. Not liking me at all. Yeah, I've been pretty good. I'm in isolation at the moment, waiting to see whether or not I have the big C. But yeah, I'm feeling good, so. Nice. Have you been playing much of this? I haven't really seen many people streaming it lately. Any new high scores? Ooh. The mushrooms have also been kind of mean to me today. The purple ones. Getting a lot of them. Yay. Got a bit burnt out. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Honestly, I've been really thinking about just kind of leaving it for a bit as well. Not that I'm burnt out on it, I could just play forever, really, which is part of the problem. It just takes up a lot of my time to kind of get better and stay at a good level of it. Nice. I got every fruit. Hell yeah. So this next level is where I've been dying most, I'd say. This boy. Rip fruit there, but who cares? Ooh. Go! I love just like the lunge at the end. Okay. Now we'll just die like... Oh. If I had jumped there, I would have died. Just... This level, this is like the definition of anxiety. No, I should have gone over. Should have gone over. Why? So deflating to go from like super speed back to the start levels again. I wish I could start at like level 9. I was doing really well. What did I even get up to? Like 170 or 65 or something like that? Not bad. Because I got all the fruit. Makes a big difference. It's not always something you can control, but... Nice. So far, so good. Good. That might be like the easiest hard in quotation marks level. I feel like the first two are obviously easy, but that one is like an easy level masquerading as a hard level. No! How did I miss that? They'd made a mod? Did he? What kind of mod? Someone was just mentioning that like a level practice mod. Is that the one? Ooh. Yeah, I will check that out. 100%. That will be so useful. I probably want to practice the last few levels, maybe like mushroom and the sunset, whatever it is. And yeah, then I'll practice the looped ones. Oh, Good. And now we have this one. Okay. No fruit, but it's fine. I'd rather walk away with my life. Nice. Go over. Ooh. Go over, I don't care. There's always more fruit to be had. Oh. Over the whole thing. Oh, that was a little bit too close. Nice. 170. I've just missed a couple of fruits. It could make a difference. I wanted to see, like, how many of these things do I need to get for that guy to finally catch up? Because he just does not care. He doesn't care at all. No! Hi, Allison. So what if I have? That was the moment? Well, it obviously wasn't the moment, man. I died. I've gotten very close a few times. Closer than that. There's always a chance. I don't know. I don't really like when people say that kind of thing, because like, well, it's gone. Like, whatever, it's done. I can't get that moment back and fix it. I mean, I often stream 5 hours. Not uncommon or anything. The last Junimo stream was like 5.5 hours too. Or maybe even 6, I don't remember. Oof. Yeah, we don't speak about that one. Ah. I knew it. As soon as I jumped, I knew it. Hey Allison, do you see Speedy's name as green? Or is it just me? Because I have it in dark mode, and I have it as a setting so that it makes all of the names readable. Green for you as well? Okay. Your name is purple. Like Twitch purple. Orp. Just jump on all the bubbles. Can't get me up there. See? They can't get me up there. They can get me down there. Hey, what the fuck? It's hard to tell if someone's name is the wrong color because of my setting or because it's just Twitch. Every time I say something, well, I was right. I said it can't get me up there and it got me down there. So I should have stayed up the top if I could. I don't think I could have. I'm tired of these levels. I haven't died on them in so long. Are you on mobile? You need to like, if you're on PC, come on. You need to like go into the settings and then go non-mod. Oh, you did it. Springy green. Yes. I guess. Wait, so all of my mods are gonna be green? Okay. I don't really mind what color people are, as long as it's not like... Some people go black and I cannot see it, because it's in dark mode. Or like a really dark blue or something, I can't see what it says. Ooh. Nice, we did well this time. Oh, oh now you're pink. Not gonna lie, after seeing you as a purple for like 1.5 years, it's a little weird. But it's a nice color. Keep it fresh. It's like it's a hot pink. Not like a pastel. Ooh. Oh, come on. That's bullshit jump. Hate that. Alright, I think next time I get to like round 2, whatever it is, I'll get off. So we'll try and make it a good one. I had a lot of fun today. It was nice to kind of just chill and talk about stuff. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll do something more serious, maybe. Or next stream. Not the green. Do they have more colors? I feel like last time I checked they didn't have that many. It is Junimo green though. Is it? I think the Junimo is slightly lighter. Oh, Alison, did you see the new screenshots for the Haunted Chocolatier? They were posted maybe a week or 2 weeks ago. I only noticed like a few days ago. They should be on Concerned Apes Twitter. It might even be pinned. I don't remember. Pretty cool. I'm excited. I love the little ghost things. Nice. How many coins? You're feuding with someone? I feel like I haven't had an enemy or something like that since I was maybe 10. I don't know if it's because I'm just like a mellow guy, or if, I don't know, what is there to be that upset about? What is, I don't know. Let me know, is there more info on the blog as well? I haven't checked the blog, I just saw the pictures. There were like 4 of them. Oh, what the fuck? What is that? I didn't realize until it was too late. They don't know it? Oh my god. Come on, Aang. What are you doing? Less chapter 3. Yeah, it does a little bit, now that you mention it. I cannot wait to get stuck into it. And, hey! I want that fruit. And like, uncover the world, meet all the people. Discover the core gameplay loop. Man, looks fun. Yeah. I wonder if, is it gonna be like one of those, you serve like different kinds of dead people, like zombies and ghosts and other supernatural creatures? Although, no, one of the guys looked like Clint, didn't it? It's like a blacksmith type dude. I don't know. Or maybe like a Spirited Away kind of vibe. where all the dead people will, all the spirits will come there at night time. Or chocolate. Or chocky. Oh, you son of a bitch. I wonder if we'll see Grandpa's ghost. This is kind of like a nod to Stardew Valley. I'm sure we'll already see many references to Stardew Valley. Or even not references, just some of the same things because it's the same world. So yeah, we'll probably get little bits and pieces that will tie into that as well. Or maybe we'll even see an update in Stardew that will do the opposite. It'll have bits of the new game. Like, do you guys remember when, I think when Shipwrecked came out or something and you could find Wally in Reign of Giants or something like that? Like a teaser. Serve regular people, but employees are mystical beings. Yeah, it could be that. Oh my god. Gee, that was really shit. I've had worse than that though. At least I could get up before the barrier. That was a crazy jump. What's my favorite track in Junimo Kart? I honestly turn the music off and listen to iTunes. I'm kinda over it. I like this one. It's nice and chill though. Even though the level is not at all chill. Oh, I couldn't reach. God damn it. Don't start your music off. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, just all of it, not just Junimo. I like it. I love the music actually, but I've just heard it so much. I would do the same with DST if I wasn't streaming it. Like, what else am I gonna put on? If I had an alternative, I probably would. Alright, we got over 100, so I guess this is the last one. Guys, we got all the way through. Fuck. One time I missed a fruit on this one, and I just died on purpose, and I was like, wait, shit. This is round 2. Pretzel rocks. I don't know. Isn't Pretzel Rocks becoming like shit or a subscription service or something like that? If you don't subscribe, it just spams your chat with like, Pretzel Rocks is now playing, blah blah blah. Kinda scummy. Like you probably see that in people's streams where it says now playing blah blah blah. That's because they don't have the premium version. Ah, no! Fuck. I'll play one more. But this is the last one. Don't say anything. Yeah, I don't know if Jazzy still uses it or not. A lot of DST streamers did. I said don't say anything. Hey. Oh man. Fucking hell. Okay, that's it. That's enough. That's enough.